Morning. I'll be with you guys shortly. I just need to open Unity. That takes a while. And I have to go finish making my coffee quickly. 2 seconds. Maybe 5. Let's call it 20, right? Okay, let's get this show on the road. Let's see, where's my face? There's my face. Looks okay today. Eyes aren't too swollen and red. Okay, cool. Let's dive right in. Just checking all the stream stuff if it's working. Okay, Twitch seems fine. And YouTube. Golden. Okay, let's go. Okay, so where did we leave off yesterday? Let's just clear those for now. Okay, so yesterday, okay, before we do this, well, we have to do this, but still, let's go here. Let's just say start here with my time tracker, because I'm still making this progression system for the game, right? And if we go to our streaming to-do list, I think the UI for leveling up is not quite done yet. Same with the manager that does all the stuff. So I'm still really... I didn't have anything. I didn't finish anything yesterday. So cool. Let's just continue. Okay, so we got this to work, right? So if we start the game now, we can check all the health and all the stats for our characters. It's not great, doesn't look pretty or anything like that, but it looks fine, right? It's good enough. What we should do now, perhaps, is work on the leveling. So gaining experience and tracking our experience points, let's say, and somehow, obviously we need to visualize all that stuff. Okay. Okay, so what I'm thinking about this one is in the progression manager. What? Oh, clicked on the light. So what I'm thinking is we should make a function in the progression manager. This thing is a singleton, and I still am in the debug menu. Right, so this is a singleton. And I think I should make a function that gives experience to the characters. No, I could do it here. Yeah, I think I should do it here. I mean, it's just the right place for it, right? It is my progression manager. So if I have experience to gain or levels to go up and stuff like that, it just makes sense to me that it's done in here, or at least it's kept track of here. Okay. So well, we can work with all the functions here, and we can keep track of it in the various stats scriptable objects, right? How do we make a group? There's a way of making a group. Let's go ask Mr. Google. So how to make collapsible groups in Unity C Sharp. Yeah, this is what I want.
So, you want...
Am I really gonna have to watch a video for this? Wait a minute. Just can somebody just tell me? Region. Okay, region. Let's call it stat change from level up screen, and then we take that and we put it all the way down below the wizard. Okay, that just means I can do this, right? Stat change from level up screen. Fantastic. So now I can just clean up a little bit of code from here. Nice. Okay, so what we want some function that's called public void. Oh, what am I looking at now? I'm in the wrong places here on Twitch. Public void. Gain XP on gain experience, just like that. Maybe, right? Okay, public void gain experience. Just thinking about this. We could either gain experience every time, or we could just keep a count of kills. So if we keep a count of the kills, basically then whenever the level time runs out, we would take the kill count and convert it into XP for whichever character is, well, was doing something, right? So that's one way of doing it. Or we can gain XP as we go and keep track of the XP. Might be easier to just keep track of the XP, if I'm honest, because it's already something we technically do keep track of within our characters. So then we keep track of the XP, and then for every time we level up, let's say we reset the XP gain and add level up. So let's just, for now, just to test this, gain XP. Every time this function is called, we can say that the level progression of whatever character we have goes a bit higher. Okay, so let's try that. So in the player manager, I believe I have a set selected character. That's not the one I want. Get selected character. That returns the selected character, right? Okay, so I could do this and just check which character I have. And I can do something like this, right? Where I check which character is selected, and whichever one is selected, that one obviously gains the experience. Okay. So what we can do is, well, let's just do it like this. Selected character. Nah, doesn't seem like I'm going to do this. So let's just do if player manager dot instance dot get selected character equals player manager dot selected character dot. So let's start off with the knight. Right, so that's pretty much the if statement that we need. Then it's else if. Okay. And then we just do another else if over there. And these ones will be, let's just do that. Okay, so we check in the instance of the player manager which character was selected. And can be the knight, or the ranger, or the wizard. Right? We get selected characters and functions, so it needs to return something, which means we need these. We need these brackets, right? Okay, yeah. So when the gain XP is called, we just first need to check what character actually needs to gain the XP. Right, and then based on what character gains XP, we will do different things, right? So over here, since our knight stats are... Okay, so we could also say okay, so I'm just thinking gain XP. Let's just for now to see if it works, we could do knight stats dot character level progress. Okay, so let's see. Character level progress. I think this is an integer. Okay, so we go plus equals 10. So this is obviously just me testing. Okay, so we do plus equals 10. So we just gain 10 experience. Okay. Now what we can do is we can say if our knight stats dot character level progress is greater than 100. Okay, so 100 being, you know, the amount of XP you need to go up a level. So if it's greater than 100, then we do knight stats dot character level plus equals 1, so we go up 1 level, and our knight stats dot character level progress we minus 100. Okay, so basically I don't want to set it back to 0, so let's just say you're on 90, then you go to 110. Basically, then we just take off the 100, we keep the 10 that we added, right? Could we do greater equal to 100 instead? Yeah, so when it's equal to 100, yeah, okay, let's just do it like that. Okay, now this should work. And we could do it for all of them, and then we just do not knight stats. So this would be ranger stats. Okay. And this one will be wizard. Wizard stats. Okay, now there's also another thing that we need to check. And, okay, so this is just leveling us up, right? Then we can do something where we check, well, we should save at the start of a level. We should check basically what is our current level when we start. Then at the end of the level, we should check what is our level when we end it. And basically we should use the difference between the two levels to calculate the amount of levels we gained, and that should give us the amount of skill points that we can spend. And we can make it like, you know, whatever number, 3 skill points per level gained or something like that, okay? But this should at least now cause our character to level up. Now, that's very nice, but I also want to actually show this in the UI. Since it is going to go up now, let's go to the UI and at least make it appear. Okay, so the first thing we need to do here is add. So we'll have to make pretty much 2 new lines for each of these. And it will be 5 and 6. Right, so this is kind of what we need. So let's just copy and paste that. And basically, I'm gonna new line it over here because okay, so we add here knight stats dot character level progress, and we add knight stats dot character level. Okay, so now we can see the level progress and the level. Cool. And just take those and we plug them in there. And then obviously this is ranger stats and this is wizard stats. Okay, cool. So now at least we can see it. It's not going to look very good at the moment. So let's just go back to this. So it'll just kind of plop it down there. So I think what we need to do first, it's kind of, oh wait, I mean not in scene view. Scene view 2D. Let's go to canvas. This is annoying. Let's see what Google says. Why can't I click on canvas objects? Okay, edit a scene view, unable to click. Top right corner of the editor. Drop down for layers. Gizmo's button being disabled. Really? You gotta be kidding me. So if I switch off this background, now I can click these buttons. Okay. Chicken Knight heading, Chicken Knight stats UI. Okay, so the stats labels. Okay, so we have to add 2 more. Okay, and we call this level progress, I think, and current level. Okay, let's make this thing annotate to the top. Right, and let's make our text do that instead. Okay. Then at least what I could do is I could change this position, right? The position Y. Okay, let's make it negative 100. No. 100. Okay, maybe. Let's move it. Something like that looks good. Negative 70. Okay. Then for the values, we should maybe do the same thing. Right. Negative 70, and then we just tell our text to do that. So now they're all aligned. Okay, now our buttons. Can we also align them like that? Negative 70. I guess because each of these buttons are... Okay, wait, let's make it negative 70, right? Can I do something like this and make them all to the top left? I can move them down. Okay. Let's take the damage ones and move them to the top. Okay, so now it's damage up and down. Health. Okay, now the next thing should be attack speed up and down. Let's move them to underneath damage. Okay, and then movement speed and then only max health. So now it's damage up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Yeah, I like that. Way better. Okay, cool. So now what we can do is we can make these... No. Just 0. And 0. So it looks like... Okay, let's see. Bar, okay. Okay, so now we're pivoting up at the top. Can make that negative 40, and then for my damage button, let's pivot it also in that same corner. Position should be, okay, if we make it at 0. Oh, I see. Oh wait, I need this thing to also pivot at 0, 1, and be at 0. Top left. Okay, now if I take this button. Why is that not 0? That's 0. Oh wait, this thing's not 0. Jeez, like. Okay, let's try that. But that's 0. That's to 0. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna make it work. Yeah, because if I want to make every single one of these buttons the same. Yeah, no. Don't want to reset it either. Oh, I can enable grid snapping. Nope, never mind. What about blueprint mode? Okay, never mind. Let's just make the 0.5. 0.5 again. Okay, but anyway, wait. No, don't do that. Okay, so let's see. Let's just get a nice position for this thing. Something like that. Let's make it negative 15. Okay. So then this one must be at negative 15 as well. Okay, and then this one, negative 55. Nope. So let's take this guy and put it over there. 75, maybe negative 75. Negative 75. Good morning. You're on YouTube today. I'm just fighting my UI. Okay, let's see. To make this one look good, it should be like negative 135. No, 135. Okay, so now the gap between this one and this one is 60, and it's 60 for this one. Okay. So that at least, now I at least have negative 195. A consistent gap I can make this. 135 and negative 195. Okay. Okay, let's see. We can take these down buttons. No, the up buttons. Just make the X position 350. Okay, and then so they are aligned, and we take the down buttons. Apparently none of them are aligned. Okay, negative 150. That looks good. Yeah, I actually added the level progression stuff. So now we can track the level progress and the current level. But I needed to first, I needed to show it in the UI, right? So that opened a new can of worms. Unfortunately. Okay, let's see. So if this one and this one are both on 0, they should align. Yeah, because the stuff was just not aligning, and it's kind of bad when that happens. Okay, there we go. That looks good enough. Okay, so basically I want this same thing for the Robin and the other guy. Oh, stats UI, stats labels, control paste, and stats UI, stats label, control paste. A single text instead of an array. You mean this stuff over here, where I have this string here and I add it like that? I don't know, this seems kind of easier to me, if that's what you're referring to. Okay, so let's see. So, I wonder if I could just copy position, then I go here and I say paste position. Paste position. So stats labels, I can do copy, position, paste, position. Okay, some things are not working. Oh, I think I need to change the anchor and stuff like that as well. So, okay, wait, can we copy... component? And let's see if I do paste component values. I think that worked. Yeah, so let's try that for this one as well. And you say paste component values. And then the only thing I need to do also is the text mesh. I change this to that. Yeah. And then over here, change this one to that. Okay, now they're still not aligned for some reason. Why is that? Okay, so let's see. That is it. This one? It's probably this one. So let's copy component. So let me say paste component values. There we go. Paste component values. Ah, look at that. Okay, thank goodness. Now I need to get all these buttons aligned again. Jeez. Okay, but I could do this one as well. Copy component, and then we just go to this one. Paste component values. Change the text mesh to go there. And then here we do the same. Text mesh, go down. There we go. Now at least they are all aligned the way I want them, sort of. Okay, let's see. So here we're also gonna copy component, and now I need to paste it here. Oh wait, I could just do this. Paste. No, I can't. I need to go here. Paste component values. Oh, my word. You gonna paste it on your TikTok account? That's not a problem. You could also... I also think I have a TikTok account. So if you could share the clips also, then maybe I can also post it there myself. I don't know. I don't actually know how that works. Yes, but this is tedious. And the biggest problem I have right now is I don't see a way, like a shortcut, to do this. Whoopsie. What did I just do? I think I pasted this copy component. Let's see. If I click here, Control V. Nope, that doesn't work. That is not the way. Yeah, I should have done this. This is now one of those things, right? When you're lazy, when you're setting this stuff up the first time, you get to spend more time fixing it later. Okay, well that's at least now all aligned. Let's just do all these ones. Yeah, I mean that clip that you made yesterday was like, I think I made it a YouTube short as well, which is pretty cool. Don't know how well it's performing. Let's see. We posted it yesterday. It's probably not going to the moon yet. Hopefully it goes viral, eh? 17 views. Yeah, okay, no, not quite there. Let's see. I don't even know how to get to my TikTok. No. Just TikTok. Log in. And obviously it starts playing videos immediately. Hey. Is this the button? Share. Yeah. Copy link. That is the TikTok. I don't know if that link's gonna work for you. It's like TikTok's weird. I have 0 views on all the videos on TikTok. Literally 0, like none. But on YouTube, you know, you get like 10 views at least, even if, you know, you don't have a big following or anything like that. It's kind of interesting how that works. I guess the TikTok algorithm is a little bit different to what YouTube does. Paste component values. Paste component values. Almost done. Only a few more buttons to go. Copy components. Oh no. Paste component values. I think I'm pasting the right ones. Yeah, I think it's these ones. Paste component values. One more to go. Copy components. Paste component values. And paste component values. We have done it. Okay, now we can just have placeholders. Let me just put these placeholders here. So basically just 2 more zeros so that we can see that. And then for the wizard, let's just put 2 more zeros like that. Okay, so now I can sort of see. Okay, so this makes sense. The current health, level, progress, and current level, you should be able to see those, but not necessarily influence them. You don't need the buttons. The other ones you need the buttons for, right? Okay, so let's go and see. Oh, you left early yesterday. Oh, you have more viewers. 9 viewers, that's literally an infinite amount more viewers, right? What's 9 divided by 0? You got way more viewers than I got. Okay, so let's go. So we have all our stats and our levels are 0. Now technically, okay, the level progress and stuff like that's not balanced right now, so and there's no way of gaining a level. Sorry about that. But you haven't actually seen this, right? So all of this is working. If I go and I make the attack speed for the wizard as fast as humanly possible, it's gonna break. It's gonna break, I can show you now. Okay, 7.1. This is a ridiculously high attack speed for the wizard. But it's not as broken. I guess there's not enough enemies. Yeah, because he only waits to attack when there's an enemy. Okay, let's get some more enemies out here. Okay, or I must have tweaked it again. Okay, I think I tweaked it because this was super broken yesterday at some point. Okay, but you can... Let's try and make it even faster. See if we can make it break. Oh wait, I did tune this a bit. But you can definitely see, you know, the wizards attacking faster. And if you select like the Robin now, that feels terrible, right? This is the tuned down version of the Robin, where she doesn't have a super high attack speed. So this would be obviously level 1 Robin or level 0 Robin or something like that, right? So it is terrible, but it's supposed to be. And then we can ramp it up to, let's make it 6. Okay. There we go. Way better. Progress, right? Now I just need to get the level progress to work, and then I need to actually get like skill points that you can spend on these skills, right? Okay, so the level... Oh, okay, wait, where am I? Okay. So, what I'm thinking is... So we have this progress manager. Progression manager. It is a singleton, which means I can run this gain XP function from anywhere. And I think I'm just going to make the enemies run that function for me. Right, so if we go to the enemy state machines, they have a death function. And what I could do here is I could just do progression manager dot instance dot gain XP. So I can just run this function. Now what I might do in the future is have different enemy types gain different amounts of XP. For now, let's just set to 10 XP for everything because I just want to see what happens. Okay, and the simple melee enemy. Oh, geez, yeah, this one is still very bad. Because I don't think I've made a separate state machine for this guy. He's just using a enemy state machine. Yeah. Okay, but for now, let's just do that and see if we can make number go up. Okay. So let's play. Let's take the Chicken Knight for argument's sake. Let's go hit some of them. Okay. I've killed 3. Okay, let's do select character. Level progress 20. Okay, let's take the ranger and let's try this again. I'm gonna kill 1. Okay, select character. Level progress 10. Okay. Let's kill. Okay, I killed 1, 2, 3, 4 there. Level progress 10. Okay. Okay, let's take the wizard. Okay, I killed many. Level progress 10. Oh, wait. They're not... No, they are dead. They are dead. That's interesting. So the progression manager is not working the way it's intended. Let's get some debug log things going here. Okay, so we do add 10. So let's go debug log, and let's just say night level progress. Okay, so I just want to see this in action in the console. Okay, let's just do this, and this is not knight, this is ranger, and this would be wizard. Yeah, so it should come in here, try and run this function, and then check, you know, which character has been selected, and then add the experience based on the character selected. That seems correct. What the hell did I just do? Wow. Okay. Let's try this again. So, Robin Ranger. Okay, let's see. Okay, can you please just shoot something? Okay. So there was no... Okay, wait. Level progress 10, so it was triggered once. I need to go remove all these attack triggers and stuff. So let's see, you are going in from here. Don't need you anymore. Okay. Is this the same thing? Oh yeah, this is the same thing. Does true and false. Yeah, okay, yeah, this was a long time ago. Get rid of that debugger. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, but there was too many things. I can also get rid of this. This is the zoom thing. No. Don't need that anymore. I know I can zoom. It works. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so I got progress from killing a lizard. Okay, it seems like I'm not getting progress from killing frogs. Okay then. Interesting. So let's go check the code for the frogs. It is right here. So on death, we set the state to death and we do progression manager instance gain XP. Interesting. So why are we not running this function? So this is the only thing that should set the state to dead. And then when it does that, it should run the gain XP function. The other one does, this one does not. So the simple melee enemy, which just has its own, this state machine, this works. And it's maybe I didn't save it correctly. I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand what is going on. Chickenite, let's see if you can do better. Whoa. Okay, night level progress. That's good. It seemed like I got some progress. Okay, let's select character. Yeah, okay, so I got a bunch of progress now. Okay, let's select the wizard. Let's see if this thing can work. Okay, let's see. So I got 1, 2. Okay, I'm just gonna count this because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. So I should have 5. Okay, I should get level 1 plus an additional 5. Additional level 1, yeah, plus 30. 1, 2, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, I can't count. And that's right, so I got level 1, so that means I got 100 XP, and I have 30 more XP. Okay, so if we continue with the wizard. Okay, so now it does seem to be working. Current level 7 already. Okay. That's good. So the level progression is working. Cool. So now, all I need to do is translate this into skill points, and then I need to track your skill points and the use of your skill points. So, the way I want this to work, I think, is when you select a character, it logs your current level. Okay? Then, as soon as you deselect the character, or you go to the character select screen, or a wave is completed, it should check your new level, calculate the difference, and give you some amount of skill points to spend based on that difference. Okay, so what is the easiest way to log character level? Before and after. Because it's continuously updating, right? So that might just be logging the character level. I think just in the scriptable object itself, I think is the best way of doing that. That's at least how I think about it. I could do it in a script somewhere, but the scriptable object, I mean, that's where I save data, so let's try that. Let's do scriptable object character stats. And then basically what we can do here is we can have a public int character level at wave start. Character level at wave start. So that's basically just logging the level of each character when the waves start. Right? And that initially will just be 0, but then obviously we can overwrite this as well. Reset character stats, we could do this. No, we don't have to do that actually. Yeah, we already do this. Yeah. Okay, so we just need that, and now what we can do is when we click this button, we can run a function that saves that character level. Now when we click one of these buttons, we run a function. Yeah. So let's just go to one of those buttons and see. Okay, no, in scene view. What is it that they do? Okay, so they enable and disable a bunch of stuff. They also go to player manager and set the selected character to Chicken Knight. So we could easily in the progression manager go and add a new function down here. Call it public void. Just log character level at wave start. Okay, and all we should do here is we should log it for every single character. So we can do night stats dot character level, right? So my current character level, no, character level at wave start equals night stats dot character level. Yeah, so we just do this. Yeah, so when we select a character, we save effectively whatever our level was or is at the moment into this variable. Okay? And then later when we want to calculate the amount of skill points we can spend, so what we can do then is we can do a public void so these skill points, now this is also an interesting one. Let's just do calculate skill points. Okay, we don't take anything in. And okay, so basically all we have to do here is we have to do do we put this? I think I do this in the night stats, well, in the character scriptable object as well. Hey, that thing is just so useful. So what we could do here is public and spend. Okay, skill points. Just call them skill points. Skill points. Right, so we keep track of the skill points. Yeah. So then we just go back to our progression manager, and basically what we do here when we call this function is we say knight stats dot skill points equals, and then we do something like our character level, okay, and subtract our original level at wave start. Right, these two would be different at this point. And we multiply that number, which should be an integer, by, let's say, 3 for now. So 3 is basically the amount of skill points you get to spend for every single level you gain. Okay, let's just make sure all of these are integers. That looks good. Okay, so let's say you start and end on the same level. Obviously, you get nothing. Okay, and we can literally do this for all of them. Yeah. So ranger, 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 wizard, 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 wizard. Okay. So this is just calculating the skill points. Now, when we go and spend skill points, we also need to add and remove them. So that we should do from here. So technically, yeah. So we should do something like this, where if we increase the damage, we should do knight stats dot character, well, skill points actually, skill points. Can we do minus minus? This works, eh? And then here we should do knight stats, skill points, plus plus. So you can reduce the skill points as well. Okay, but we should only be able to reduce the skill points if... Okay, this is an interesting one. So here, let's not worry about that right now, because what I need to do, if you think about this, I need the skill points. So let's say you get 5 skill points and you spend 5 skill points. That's not a problem. As soon as you have 0, that should stop. Oh, okay, so I should actually check for 0. Yeah, so I should actually work in a limit somehow. So maybe I shouldn't... No, maybe I should have a function where I can build that logic in, because otherwise I'm going to have to build it into each of these ones, yeah. Yeah, so the first thing is we don't want to go below 0 skill points, and the other thing is we don't want to get additional skill points. So there should be a max amount of skill points that we have from here. So we set our skill points, and we should also then just keep track of the maximum amount of skill points at that point. Yeah. So we could do something like a... Oh, we can now also get the max skill points and put them into the... into this thing, but I don't think I'd want to do that. So we could just keep track of them as global variables as well. Just something like this, a private int knight max kill points. Okay, and do the same thing again for the ranger and the wizard. Now, I must say, I really like the scriptable objects here. Because I could just have one extra thing here. So skill points. And I could literally just do a public int max skill points. Points. Right? And then I keep track of it there. Then I don't need this stuff here. Because if I ever add another character, then that's a thing, right? I need to add more of these variables. Yeah, so right here what we can do is we can say knight stats dot max skill points equals knight stats dot skill points. And then we can do ranger stats dot max skill points equals that, and we can do wizard stats dot max skill points equals wizard stats dot skill points. Right, so when we calculate the skill points, we also set the maximum skill points. Okay. Then what we can do is we can have a private, maybe private void update skill points function. Let's say spend skill points. Okay. Spend skill points. And something like a refund skill points, right? Refund skill points. Okay, so what do these guys get? Okay, so we should check which character was selected, actually. So we should do something like this, eh? Well, not quite like this, but we should say here we should get a player manager dot selected character, selected character type, and call it selected character. Right? Well, player manager dot selected character type, and we should call it the not selected character, but the character whose button was pressed, right? Just call it the character. Okay, cool. And then basically what we should do is we should do a if character equals player manager dot selected character dot knight. Okay, we do some things. Okay, basically what we should do is we should say if the knight stats. Okay, this is spending skill points, so we should say knight stats dot skill points greater than 0, we can spend them, right? Then we can do knight stats dot skill points. What? Oh, I just can't spell. You're gonna do knight scat dot skill points minus minus. Okay, so we subtract. Geez, like it, I can't spell. It's literally right above, right? Okay, so we say, okay, I think this thing should return a boolean, to be honest with you. And then we return true. Okay. Else return false. So basically what it does here is it checks. Okay, cool. Okay, that's... Okay, we'll look at that now. Well, we could just do a return false at the end if we can't do anything else. So basically what it does is it says, okay, cool. This guy wants to spend skills points, so we need to do a couple of things. The first thing we need to do is actually check what character was selected or what button was pressed, right? So we check what button is pressed, and then we say, okay, if we still have skill points, so if our skill points is greater than 0, we can subtract 1, and we return true, which means what we can do here is basically say before we do any of this, we can do if, and we do a spend skill points, right? So if spend skill points, and we insert in here player manager dot selected character dot knight. Yeah, pretty much is. So we say, okay, cool. Somebody click this button. Then it comes here and it says, okay, but can we spend the skill point? This thing then returns true. If it returns true, then we actually allocate the damage and we update the stats in the UI. However, it could also return false, then we don't do any of that stuff. Jeez, like now I need to do this for every single... Oh my greatness. Okay, there's probably a better way of doing this. My word. Yeah, you should do a function here that maybe says stats increase, and it gives you a parameter like what stat is being increased here instead. Yes, like it. That might be it. The problem with this is, why I don't like this, is the fact that if you look at this button, right, stats increase button. So I have to do an on-click event, so I have an on-click event, that's fine. I run the knight damage increase function from my progression manager. But you know what? I could also attach a script to this button. And then I have to attach different scripts to every single button. Okay. The other way you could do this, I suppose, is you can have this take a string as a argument, because that's the only two arguments I've seen you can do. You could do booleans, integers, and strings. So the way I'm thinking about this is maybe it's better to have it take an argument of a string, then over here we just check that string against a lot of stuff, actually. So we'll have to check that string against well, first of all, we have to know if it's the night button that was pressed. Okay, but maybe we make the night its own thing. So we might have night stat increase, so we might do that. And then we don't have to worry about if it's the night button. But then we still need to find out which stat we want to try and increase. So then we have switch cases for the different stats where we compare and try to find the correct string value. And then based on that, we can then spend skill points. Yeah, I don't know. That also sounds like a lot of work. And it sounds like I'll have to go and redo a bunch of work I've already done. So maybe we don't do that instead. No, let's just stick with this method. It's bad. It might be bad. I don't actually know, but let's try it. Okay, so we could do then else if, yeah? Else if we get the character and it's the ranger, we basically do the same thing, right? Oops. We basically check whether or not the ranger stats. So basically, do we have a skill point to step in for the ranger? If we do, return true and yeah, update it. Right. And then finally, we do the same thing. And we add another thing here. And this time it's the wizard. And this would be wizard stats. Are you back? Welcome back. I'm struggling. I need to write so much code, it's flippin' hilarious. I mean, what was I expecting, right? Okay, cool. So spend skill points should work. So it returns true or false to say basically we can or cannot spend the skill point. It also increments or decrements the skill point because I spent it. Then we can do all of this again for refund skill point. Not like that. Okay, but for refund skill point, it's a little bit different. So first of all, we do want to know which character we are trying to refund for. Okay, so we do whichever character we're trying to refund for, and we also return a boolean in this case. Okay, so in this specific instance, we don't want to check if the skill points is less than or greater than 0. We want to check if it's less than our night stats dot maximum skill points, right? So we have, so let's say our maximum skill points was 10. We currently have 9. That means we can refund this skill point. I just realized something. I shouldn't do this on a skill point basis. I should do this on a skill level basis as well. Or maybe I should only do it on a skill level basis. Yeah, because what you can do now is you can go, if I do it this way, you can, for instance, go and spend all your skill points in damage, and then you can try and decrement or refund skill points with your speed, and it will actually give you more skill points that you can then go and spend on the damage. Huh. So I need this thing to check the specific stat that I'm trying to change and not allow it to go down. So I need to track the stats for every character at the start of a wave. Ah, jeez. Yeah, I was thinking I'm so clever. It's gonna be super easy. It really isn't. Well, it's not more difficult per se, it's just more work. Yeah, so it doesn't help that I should check that the skill points don't go below 0. That's fine, that part works. But if I decrement, so if I decrease the damage, it's not the skill points that worry me, it's the actual damage. I shouldn't be able to decrease the damage below what it was when the wave started. Ah. This is tricky. How can I? Okay. I could obviously keep track of that specific stat when we start. Something like this. Or I should keep track of where skill points were spent and only allow you to refund points where you've spent points. Somehow that seems more difficult. To follow where did I spend skill points. It might actually not be that difficult, it just seems that a little bit more difficult. So I'd just do it here, right? So if I have a knight stat, skip, no, okay, wait. But I don't actually know which knight stat I'm trying to do here. Yeah, I don't know. No. Doesn't work. Okay. So the refund skill point function doesn't matter. I should check this one. So I should make sure that I don't accidentally... the refund skill point one might still work. So, but first, I should check that I don't spend more skill points than I have. So skill points can never go below 0. Okay, that's fine. So I should have a starting... Yeah, so we have our start character health, which is right at the beginning, right? This is for me to do my balancing. Okay, then we have... our character health. Okay, all our character stuff, basically. max skill points. Max skill points I might take out. Okay, so let's see. Let's split these up a little bit. Character health, character max health. Character level at wave start. So I need something like character damage at wave start. Character movement speed at wave start, etc. Yeah. So let's do this. Current character stats. Right, so we have the current character stats. Then we have character stats at start of wave. So we basically want all of these stats again. Okay, and then we basically have this at wave start added to the back. Character health, not that one. Character max health, definitely. Okay. Because these are the 4 things that we can increment, so that's what we need to keep track of. Okay, so let's save that. My greatness. What is this? This is some spam in my chat. Some bot spam. Get away, bot. Okay, cool. So now we're keeping track of the character stats at the start of the wave. Okay. So in our progression manager, what we should do then is not do... Well, we can do that. That's fine. But basically, we should set... So here, we should set... not here. Lock character stats at wave start. Let's call it stats at wave start. So we do character level. So we do it for each. And then we do character damage. And then we do... character attack speed character move speed, and finally character max health. Okay. Pretty much want something like this, going there, and there, and there, and finally there. Okay, but now this is not character level. This would be character... Oh, this is not easier at all. Okay, character damage at wave start, right? And this should be character damage. Okay, so character damage at wave start, we do that for each, and we do that. And this is character attack speed at wave start. We do that for each, and here we do character attack speed. That seems like the... A temporary skill point variable. But do we need, don't we need then a temporary skill point variable for every single one of the stats that we can change. I feel like you do. Maybe I'm wrong. I could definitely be wrong. I could very well be doing this in the dumbest way that exists. It's just the way I can think of doing it right now. Character max health at wave start. And then this is just character max health. I mean, this feels like a dumb way of doing this. I'm sure there's a more elegant way. There must be, right? Maybe I'll think of it one day. Okay, so let's see. Zokd in Twitch chat. I am working on a game about chickens fighting lizards, or all kinds of birds fighting lizards. How are you? Let me show you. Currently, I'm working on the level progression system for that game, right? So this is kind of just the level up screen or something like that. Doesn't really matter. I'm well, thanks. So this is our ranger. And those are the frogs with their bombs trying to come and kill me. Okay, the ranger is currently shooting quite slow because she's not that good yet. Trying to get the level thing to work, but oh, it's a lot of work. Because I need to keeping track of the amount of skill points you get and all that type of stuff, you know. Okay, but there, this looks better. Shoot these frogs. And then there's a bunch of these small little lizards as well. Yeah, but that's that guy. Then we also have a wizard. The wizard's art is still very much, what do you call this? Not final. Okay, the wizard shoots like fireballs. Pretty good. Oh jeez, where did I shoot that one? Wizard's pretty good at dealing with frogs. And there's a bug that even after I let go of the attack, he still fires another fireball. I think for a split second there he goes into the attack animation. And it's quite a long animation, that's why he ends up shooting it like in some random direction. Okay, but we can also take the knight out. Mr. Chicken Knight. And if you destroy these totems, destroyed, it'll stop the spawning of the frogs and the lizards, at least at this point here. At the spawn location. Jeez, like. Okay, no, owl, save us. The chicken is not made for this. The chicken is very good in like close quarters against the hordes of small lizards that could come to you. Wizard, built for killing frogs, I would say. Definitely built for killing frogs. The ranger's kind of an all-rounder. And the ranger's nice and fast, which is kind of nice. Let's go find the other totem and get rid of these bomb frogs. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, my mouse is not in the screen. What the... Okay, got it. Got it. Probably almost dead. I can actually check the health. Ah, no, I have 350 health. No problem. But yeah, so you can see now, I'm actually tracking the levels. So you can see the wizard's already level 17 now. Level progress 40. Obviously, this UI leaves a lot to be desired, right? I can do quite a few things with this UI to make it better. So the levels are working. They are gaining levels, but they're not gaining skill points, really. And I can't really track how much skill points I've spent. So that's what I'm kind of trying to figure out right now. If it was just about skill points, it's actually kind of easy. But I also don't want people to, like, come here, get rid of all their max health, and add those skill points to damage necessarily. What's the goal of the game? You mean like my financial goals? So, if I can be modest, I want to make millions. Oh, yeah. No, it is... I do want to make the game and sell the game and make another game and sell that game as well. You know, I want to get a indie studio off the ground eventually. Like, that's my long-term goal. Releasing fairly small games. I don't want to go crazy, like multi-year projects necessarily. Well, multi-year, like 5 years, right? If it takes a year or two to make a small little game, that's fine. But that's kind of the timeline I'm thinking of. And then, you know, making enough money to be sustainable in the long run. I think most of the talent at this point is probably my wife, because these characters, I think they look pretty good, and she's the 3D artist at this point. Okay, forget that one. That's a placeholder. But she's responsible for creating the characters and the enemies. These are just some assets that I bought from the Unity asset store, and I arranged them in a nice little cozy camp thing. But the characters themselves she makes, and I think they look pretty cool. Makes it stand out a bit, right? Now I just need to get all the code to work in the background. Yeah, but thanks for the kind words. Thanks for the kind words. I do appreciate that. Yeah, it'd be kind of nice. I don't know. I think it'd be a change of pace if I can get a studio like this up and running. A creative endeavor. You're still waiting for that Steam page. How's it, Lorenzo? Oh, how's it, by the way, is South African slang, if you don't know what I just said. It's basically some combination of how is it, and we just made it our own word. How's it? You can take it as a hello, or I'm actually asking you, how are you doing? Both are viable interpretations of the word. I need to get the Steam page up and running, yes. I do really. I am in South Africa. It is now 20 past 5 in the morning. Yeah. You all right? Like, yeah, no, I'm very well, thank you. It's kind of weird. Yeah, that's not what I was expecting. I was expecting about a hello. What about sleeping? At 5:20 in the morning? Nah. So the thing is, I still have quite a few other jobs that I have to do during the day. So to get some work done on this game, I decided to wake up very early and stream the development. Right, so it's like two birds with one stone, and maybe it gets a little bit of... What is that sound? Is that a follow? Yes, it's a follow. Thank you so much for the follow. So, two birds with one stone in the sense that I get to build a little bit of a community around the game. Get some marketing done, if that if that sounds reasonable. Get some content out there for people to see the game in progress, maybe get a bit excited, and then eventually, hopefully, when I get a Steam page, they can go and wishlist and buy the game eventually. But it also gives me an opportunity to actually work on the game for a solid 3 hours before I need to run away and go do other work that pay my bills, you know what I mean? But maybe one day I can tell the other work to go, find someone else, because I am now a full-time indie dev. Isn't that everybody's dream? I woke up at 3 a.m. Yes, that's right. I woke up at 3 a.m., got dressed, started the stream at 3:30. And then, you say it's not early in the morning. That's late in the night. Sorry, YouTube guys. I should read both chats. Let's see. Oh, we have a job application in the YouTube chat. You're willing to work for free? That's all I can afford. It's late in the night. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It sounds early in the morning to me. Yeah, no, I need to get to bed at like somewhere between 7 and 8 in the evenings for this to work out. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Look, the thing is, some people can work fine in the evenings. They can do their whole thing during the day. They can do their jobs, whatever, sit in traffic, get home, go to their computer, open up Unity, and get 3 hours of development time in, right? There are people like that. I've heard the stories. However, I can't do that. So for me, I need to get it done before the day starts, otherwise I'm screwed. What do you mean what if I'm actually from the USA and I'm just lying? No, man. I'm 100% from South Africa. Super South African. Let me show you. What is the capital of South Africa? You see, that's a trick question. We have 3 capitals. Look at this. How can I just take out a 20 rand note, right? South African money. You can go Google that. This is Nelson Mandela. If I'm not in the country, why would I have this in my wallet? And if you need more proof, here's a 10 rand. Right? Why would I have 2 notes in my wallet? Now you're going to say I'm some kind of a collector of other countries' money or something like that, right? Paper? Paper, what do you mean paper? It's a note? I don't know. Cash money? Notes? It's a... I think it's a note. I don't know. A bull. Nah, a bull maybe. Maybe notice me trying to convert it from Afrikaans. Because I'm not English either. I'm Afrikaans. I just speak English. Because that's what most people on the internet understand. Especially at 3 o'clock. 3 in the morning. There's virtually zero Afrikaans people awake at this point. So I need to speak English so that the rest of the world can watch the stream and understand. Because some of them might be awake. You trust me? Okay. I've given you enough. YouTube. From Lebanon and you only have US dollars in your wallet. I'll work on the Steam page. I don't even know how you create a Steam page. It's probably a process, right? It's not like creating a Facebook page. Might be a little bit more complicated. They probably expect you to give them proof of some kind that you are legit. I don't know. Oh, and don't you need to pay them something as well? They take like $100, I think. I'll need a designer. You mean for creating the capsule art and all that nice stuff for Steam? I've seen people starting to use AI to generate that stuff. Don't know how viable that is. I'll make some programmer art. Be like, yeah, let's get zoomed in here. Oh, look at that. Screenshot, put that on the capsule. Fantastic. I've made, oh geez, just, and then obviously I forget to take the wizard out, right? That would be about the quality of the capsule art. And you can still see some of my UI in the background. Something like this. Let's get right into the chicken's face. I'm doing some exceptional development right now, but anyway, like something like that. Oh, there's my capsule art for you. I should at least hide the canvas, right? Can't be this bad. Not even at program art. Yeah, I'll take a screenshot. There we go. Screenshot, print screen. Nah, not OneDrive. No, I don't know. Okay, wait. Let's do snipping tool. Because apparently, I don't know. New snip. There we go. I'm just saving this for later. Might be featured on my Steam capsule art. What are you saying? Steam is weird. There's a banana game? Isn't that just like some there's some conspiracy theory about that game? It's money laundering. Buy the skin for a banana. It's only $100. That's US bucks. And then it's not money laundering at all. Or tax evasion. One of those things. Who knows? Okay, let's see. What the hell was I doing? Oh yes, I was working on this function over here to get my character's stats to work out for me. Okay, so we can track the skill points using the skill points function, spend skill points. Yeah, so we basically want to check this every time we spend skill points for the knight, for instance. So let's just do that. So we check, do we have skill points to spend? And now, obviously, I need to close these brackets. And then, at least the knight will now not overspend. I can't just infinitely spend skill points. Can only spend one. And if I can't, then it just doesn't work. That button will not do anything. Okay, now when we are refunding skill points, what we should first do is check whether or not the damage, so something like this. So we should say if, let's see, if the knight stats dot, this is damage. So if our current damage is greater than our knight stats dot character damage at wave start. Wait, what the hell just happened? Character damage at wave start. Yeah. So basically we say, cool, you want to decrease the damage? Well, first of all, is your current damage at least higher than what it was when we started? And if it is, we allow you to do all these things. So we allow you to reduce the damage, thereby gaining a skill point, and we update the UI. Okay, then we just need to do this for everything else. Okay. Okay, so spending... Okay, so for movement speed, that's fine. So let's just do this. They can all break, I don't care. Okay, so now we just have to do movement speed. Character movement speed. Okay, attack speed. Character attack speed and character max health. Character max health. There we go. And then we do closing brackets everywhere. Does it ever happen that I change something in the scene while the game's running? I mean... No? That's never happened before. What do you mean? I always remember to stop the game before I make changes. I'm a professional. No, it definitely has happened. I know there's a toggle or a button or something where you can actually allow changes in the inspector when the game's running to persist, right? So they actually do apply. And that seems a bit scary as well. So in YouTube, what if it was the third wave? Then you can retrieve all the skill points, even the old points from previous waves. No. So this character attack speed at wave start, right? I have a function over here where I log the character stats at wave start. So when you click start wave, so the next wave, it's going to call this function and it's going to reset this character damage at start of the wave value. That means that when you get into the screen where you are actually going to assign these values again, this is actually a higher number. So you can't actually go back in time and retrieve your old points. from previous waves. Okay, so the knight should work. I just need to make sure all these functions are connected to a button. Okay. So gain XP, that works already. We've checked that. Log, okay, these don't work. Calculate skill points. Okay. So log, yeah, now look at these character with an R. Stats at wave start. Okay, so we need to call this, like I said, in one of the buttons. So let's go look at our canvas. Let's close the player canvas. Let's look at it in 2D. Okay. So the wave start buttons are basically these ones over here. Guess I could make another one, but no, whatever. When you click select, the wave starts, right? That's fine. So let's go to this button. And we tell it to also, from the progression manager, it should run the function. Wow. What do I call this function? Oh, log character stats at wave start. So when you click that, it locks everything in. I should maybe check. Okay. So actually when you have it in retain changes mode, the editor changes color. That's pretty good. So then at least you know that you're in that mode. Okay, let's add this to this button as well. Log character stats. And this button as well. Progression manager. Progression manager, log character stats. Okay, so now the stats will be logged when the game starts. That's good. And then I think this button should do something as well. It should run. Which function did I want it to run again? Oh, the calculate. Yeah, okay. The amount of skill points that I have to spend. Yeah, calculate skill points. So this will now calculate the amount of skill points I have. Yes, I just realized I am not even consistent with the capitalization of these functions. Ooh, that's bad. I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? But some people's eyes are probably falling out. Looking at this, like, oh, okay, cool. He capitalizes his functions. Okay, fine. That's valid. Oh no, he doesn't. Huh. I think my variables are a little bit more consistent. But yeah, all these functions are all over the place. And nobody... I should capitalize the functions. Aye. It's too late now. I'm not going to go back and reconnect these two buttons. Sorry. Okay, cool. So we have the knight working. Now, one other thing we could do... Yeah, let's just stick it in here for now. I don't necessarily want it in here, but I'm going to stick it in here. Just bear with me. I just want to quickly check. Knight stats dot skill points. I just want to see the skill points go up and down. It's going to be in a random position on the screen now, but that's fine. I'll make it nicer later. Okay, so let's play. So right there we have our skill points, and we should have 0 skill points. So if I click this button, nothing should happen. Ah, thank goodness. Okay, what about this one? Oh no. Ah. Yes. Why is it allowing me to reduce and then not increase anything? Oh, it only works for damage. Okay, this is also a problem. Okay, let's just stop right there. Let's just go see what the hell did I do. Ugh, what am I doing? Progression manager. Tell me what the hell is going on. Okay, so night damage. Okay, so let's see. The increase, that works. So night stats, so it checks if I have skill points to spend, that's fine. Okay, so that works. Night stats, damage increment, okay. And then the decrement is just character damage minus the increment. And that only happens if the night character damage is greater than the character damage at wave start. Maybe we should just run this function when the log one here, and the calculate skill points function when we start actually. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just over here we maybe do a log character and calculate skill points function. So just those functions at least run. So I don't think I made... if night stat character attack speed greater than night stats character attack speed at wave start. Yeah, I think maybe that's the problem. I think. Let's go. So we haven't done anything. I can't increase. I can't decrease. Okay, thank goodness. Yeah. Wait. Okay, let's select the chicken. Let's try and kill some things. Just spawn kill these guys. They're going into the house. Ah, jeez. The chicken is not built for this. Oh, what? How is there so many of them? I thought I was spawn killing you. I need to change this so there's less frogs if I want to use the chicken. The frogs are just too difficult to deal with as the chicken. Okay, but anyway, now we click the select character button. This guy is level 4. And my skill points are 0. Okay, they just didn't update. And now they're not updating either. Okay, I'm losing them, but I'm not gaining them again. Okay. UI. Don't you guys just love working on UI? So let's just go to the script again. So let's see. Update night stats UI. I mean, it should update this every time I click one of these buttons, right? And this should add skill points while decrementing. And then it should update it, so I don't know. Unless this doesn't work. This minus, plus, minus. I'm sure it does. I do that here, and it does reduce the skill points. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. When we calculate the skill points, maybe we should also update the UI. So we calculate the skill points and we update the UI so that that's shown. For this, we don't need to update the UI. Okay, we could also, I suppose, update all stats UI. Yeah, okay, that's the one I'm running. It's interesting that... Huh. Okay, let's just save that quickly. And I think before I go, I need to do this. I need to go here and I need to change the ratio of spawns here. I just want a lot of small lizards, very few frogs. I want the night to have an easy time. Okay, so 0, and I can't do anything with these, right? Yeah, okay. They don't work. Select. Okay, so there should be a bunch of small lizards coming at me. That's way better. Can kill them easily. Okay, now if we click select character, you'll see we progressed 2 levels, so we have 6 skill points. Okay, now let's try. Max health, increase by 10, decrease by 10. I don't get a skill point back. It allows me to decrease it back to 290, but it doesn't give me any skill points back. Because now I'm stuck. Okay, so that's the problem. We are not gaining skill points when we refund them. Okay. It's weird because I do... Oh. I only have this piece of code for the damage. Okay, so speed decrease, attack speed decrease, and health. Now I'm gaining points again. Such a small thing. Okay, let's do it again. So I can't do anything. Yeah, that's fine. Can't do anything there either. Okay, let's go. Start. Let's get some lizards. Hit a bunch of them. I want to kill at least enough so I can level up. Okay, I think I've done enough. So I gained 3 levels. I have 9 skill points. Okay, so I can add them there, and I can get them back. I can add them there, and I can get them back. I can add them there, and I can get them back. And I can't go below whatever my previous thing was. Okay, cool. So let's do... Okay, let's do... okay, where do I have a skill point now? Okay. Let's just make movement speed 9.9, right? So I have 9 skill points. I make my movement speed 9.9. I select the Chicken Knight again. Let's gain some more levels. So I should be faster. Yes, I'm definitely faster. So I can get to these frogs maybe easier. Not really. It's not fast enough yet. Okay, so but we grind some more XP. Grind, grind, grind. I have no idea. We should obviously have a progress bar or something like that in the UI for the while you're playing, because otherwise it's a bit difficult to know what your levels are, how you're doing. Okay, but I'm sure I killed quite a few. So let's select a character. So I've gained 27 skill points. So I was on level 3. Now I'm on level 12, so that's 9 levels. And I get 27 skill points because you get 3 skill points per level. So that works fine. 9.9. So let's see if I can decrement this. I can't. I can't reduce my movement speed anymore. So, but I can spend my skill points. Let's make attack speed and movement speed higher. I pretty much know it works now for the chicken, and I know it's not going to work for the other ones. Okay, so now I'm way faster. And my attack speed is also way faster, actually. Feels pretty nice. should also make these enemies a bit smarter or something. So they come at me in groups or something like that. That's another day's problem. It's way too complicated to do now. Okay. So if I go back to select character, now I'm level 22, so I gain 10 levels and 30 points. And I can make myself very, very fast. Select. There we go. Yeah, no, I'm flying. And I can close the gap to those guys very easily. Yeah. That's pretty cool. So it works at least. It might not be elegant or anything like that, but it works. So I can go ahead and basically do the same thing for all the other characters as well. So I need to do an check for the skill points. So for the Ranger, for instance, we do this. But we do Ranger. Okay. So let's just do this. It's obviously going to give me a bunch of errors, but that's okay. So just do that. And then we close these brackets. That's terrible. To do it there. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Close you and close you. Okay, that's should. So now at least the increasing works nicely. Then I want for this guy, for decreasing, we should do some stat check like this. Okay, obviously this should be Ranger stats, and it should be character damage. Character damage in this case. And what we also want to do is we want to go Ranger stats dot skill points plus plus, and we want to finish it off. Okay. Can I just copy all of this? And I need to go and change all of the... Okay, what if I just do this for now? Finding ways to copy and paste. Okay, so then this becomes movement speed, and movement speed. And we delete this, right? Okay, this becomes attack speed, and attack speed. And we can delete all of that. And this becomes max health, and we delete all of these. Cool, so now the Ranger should work. Easy as that. I mean, a lot of copying, pasting, right? A lot of copy and pasting. Clip number 1 was taken. Oh no. Is it a good one? Okay, fantastic. Now... we pretty much do this again for the wizard. So, Mr. Wizard, we go the wizard here. And we close your thingy. Okay, and we can copy paste this to all the increasing functions. So that one's increasing. That one's increasing, and that one's increasing. Probably not doing myself any favors here for the future. Editing any of this stuff is going to be so tedious. But that's kind of the thing. This is how you learn. By doing it the dumb way first, and then maybe later I get to do it the smart way. Okay, and then basically we want this if statement to run every time here. For the wizard stats. Okay. So something like this, but now we just need to do wizard stats dot character damage, right? Okay, so this wizard stats, wizard stats, wizard stats, wizard stats. Is that an easier way of doing this? It might be. Might actually be easier. Okay, so it's character damage, but then we do movement speed. Movement speed, and we just copy wizard stats everywhere. Like that. Then we do decreasing of attack speed. And we change everything to wizard stats instead. There we go. And then finally, max health. That wasn't actually that painful. Whether it works, that's a different question. We save. Okay, all of this should work. All of this should work. This is still fine. This is now actually not required anymore. So let's go testing. Oh, and I don't actually have the skill point counted. Now I want to make this look better, but let's just do basically another number at the end of these two as well. And we just call it the ranger stats dot skill points and the wizard stats dot skill points. Okay. Just do that. Then we can at least see them. Now it looks terrible. I know. Sorry about that. It's UI for you. Okay, so now we don't have anything over here. All the max healths are what they are. I can't change anything because I don't have anything to spend, right? Okay, so let's take the Robin for a spin. Okay, Robin obviously is terrible. It's just a level 0 Robin, right? We were getting used to like a level 50 Robin that I was using for testing, and this is now not so much a level 50 Robin anymore. Okay. Yeah, this is really flipping bad. It's not... Well, I haven't balanced anything yet, so... Okay, I should also take out this level progress thing that I put here. That was just for debugging. Okay, I mean, the Robin is still good at clearing the small lizards because they come in a line. And the frogs can't actually reach you. But this is fine. In what survival game do you die on the first waves at level 0? Very few. So it's okay if we are terrible at the first wave. Okay, but obviously they do kind of pile up eventually, so we do have to finish this at some point. Okay, let's go. Select character. So cool, the Robin leveled to level 9, which means we get 27 points. Now, let's just spend all our points into attack speed. I should make another button like +5 or something like that. Maybe next time. Okay, but now we can select the Robin again. And this is already such an improvement. Okay, so currently we're gaining levels way too fast, right? That's another thing. I'm getting 10 experience for each kill. I only need 100 experience for a level. But it's good enough. It's good for testing, right? Okay, so the Robin should be super jacked by now. 21 skill points. So let's spend them. let's make her health a bit more. Not that this matters at all, because we currently have way more health than we need. Make the movement speed a bit more, make the damage a bit more. Okay, but let's continue with the chicken knight. So for instance, we say, okay, fine, let's fight the chicken knight instead. Oh geez, okay, he's... So he struggles with the frogs. Fortunately, there are not many of them. And he's pretty much already strong enough to deal with any amount of lizards. He's maybe too fast at level 0. Just like that frog threw that bomb across the flippin' country. Okay, let's get rid of these. Let's go clean some frogs. Okay, now we go back. We gained 10 levels. So the ranger didn't gain any levels, and we can't really change anything for the ranger. That's perfect. And then the knight's biggest flaw right now is its movement speed. So we make that 12. Now it is as fast as the ranger, or even faster actually. Nice. It feels good. I'm not opposed to this. Movement speed for knight equals good. Attack speed for ranger equals good. Okay, now we're done. We've gained a few more levels. We want to buff the damage for some reason to some absurd number. Okay, all of this needs to be quite a bit balanced. Okay, but now we want to go with the wizard. The wizard's super slow. Attack speed is terrible. And it's very hard to deal with the small guys. Very hard indeed. Can I even get away from them if I don't shoot? No. Not really. Okay, we've gained a few levels. Let's make our movement speed more than 7, because that's just dumb. Okay, now we can get some distance between us and the little lizards. That's not so bad. I mean, it's bad, right? The lizards don't really... They don't really die in the numbers I would like them to die right now. Alright, let's get some more movement speed. Let's go again. Let's see if I can get some distance. Now we're talking. So now I can do this. There we go. Take that, lizards. That's way better. So if I'm fast enough, I can also get them to run in a line and then shoot them. So movement speed is quite overpowered then, I would say, because it pretty much solves everybody's problem. Especially for the guys that have big AoE attacks. Okay, that's noted. Getting destroyed. Okay, so he should have quite a few levels now. Yep. Level 22, 36 skill points. So if we go to like 13 and then start spending in attack speed. Now the wizard is completely overpowered. And that's fine. Nothing's balanced, so the fact that I'm getting to the point where I am overpowered is completely expected. Die! No, they can't even close the gap. So obviously the next thing you should be wondering is, shouldn't the enemies get stronger as well? And I think the answer to that question is yes, they should, absolutely. So I'm gonna have to do that next, I think. Maybe not next. Maybe I fix this UI a little bit so it looks slightly better. You enjoying the code and UI victory moments, eh? How do I want to see your clip, man. What did you clip? Where do I see the clip? You clipped it on YouTube, right? Does YouTube work the same? Because I know on Twitch, if somebody clips something, I can actually see what they clipped. So I can go into like clips or something menu, and it shows me all the clips people have taken of my stream. I can see it on YouTube. Are you saying I just don't know how? Videos? Shorts? No, it's not there. Is it inside of my video? I don't know. Oh, you sent the link, okay. Where did you send the link? I should make, you know what I should do? On the Discord, I should make a clips or something like that channel, or whatever these things are called, where you can just upload clips. You send... Did you send the link yet, or are you going to send the link? Okay, let's see. Can't make this thing look a bit better. Okay, so skill points, maybe if we go here. Okay, select Chicken Knight button, that's fine. I think the skill points, we should maybe have them pop up somewhere else. Like on the top here or something like that. Stats, labels, stats, value. Okay, let's add a Text Mesh Pro element. Wow, where's this? UI Text Mesh Pro, and we call this the skill point label. How am I spelling label? Okay, anyway. Actually, let's make an empty game object. Skill point UI. Wait, just drag it in there. Okay, let's go skill point UI. Oh, you can't send it in the chat. Ah, okay. It doesn't allow it, eh? Let's see. Oh, I can't even. There's no setting for me to fix that. Huh, that's interesting. So YouTube is pretty strict with that. Huh. Okay, so we have a label for the skill point. Then we should also add another UI element, Text Mesh Pro, and then skill point amount. Okay, so we have the label. You just call this skill points. All right, Okay, and then the amount. Move that there, and then it would just like 50, right? Skill points label. Let's do that. Let's make it bold. Let's also make it not worry about wrapping. And same with this one. Let's make it bold as well and not worry about wrapping. And we can move it there. Okay, let's just make sure all of these are the same. Okay, then we can get the position the same as well. So let's make it 100 and 100. Oh, actually, no, we should just make this 0 and 0, and then we move this one up to the correct position. Yeah. Now we should space them, I think. So let's just do something like this for that one, and something like this for that one, and then we say position X 0, position X 0. That don't make no sense. What the hell am I looking at here? Okay, so this guy, if I do that, okay. Wait. 0, 0? No flippin' idea. Because if I make this position 0 now, okay, it goes there. If I make you 1, 0, and I make this position 0, it goes over there? What? How does that make sense? Okay, what if I set you to that? 0? Okay, then you go there. Okay, does that mean you should be on that side? 0. Okay, 0, 0. No idea what the hell I'm doing. No idea what any of this is doing. It's a flippin' UI. Let's see, what is this clip doing here? And we should have 0 skill points, so if I click this button, nothing should happen. Ah, thank goodness. Yeah, what about this one? Oh, no. Okay. That seems on brand, right? I don't know why it's so difficult to just make UI. Okay, and even now I'm struggling a lot. Like, okay, we have that guy, we have that guy. That guy, okay, 0. Let's just put you on 0. And you are now, okay. So the pivot, okay, I get that. And this one's pivot is there and to the middle. If I put it on 0 as well, now they align. Okay, cool. That works. So now if I change this guy's pivot to that side, unless this is not the pivot. What is this? Shift. Oh, I need to shift click to also set the pivot. My greatness. Ah, jeez. Okay, now if I make this 0 and I make this 0, they line up. Ah, thank goodness. Okay, we did a thing. Then I can do that. Okay. Okay, now what I could do is I could just make it a little bit offset by changing the X position slightly, like 5. Then it at least keeps a little bit of a gap there. But all of these should be nice and aligned. So, and then I could just move this thing. Yeah. Oh, well, crying out loud, I moved the wrong thing. Okay, I can get you. I don't know what this is. Like, what is this thing over here? This block that appears. What does it tell me? Is that flippin'? This is just a bunch of UI sorcery, I'm telling you. Okay, let's make it 125.55. Okay, what does that look? Skill points, yeah, it's roughly in the middle. I think that should be good. And then we can just copy this. Does that work? Can I copy like that? I hope so. Need you to be inside of that thing. Okay, I copied them, and then it forgot about everything that I just did. I copied the wrong thing. Copy component from Chicken UI, and then you need to find the other one. Where the hell did it go? This guy, and I paste component values, and it should go to the same place. There we go. Look at that. Is it the... Why? Okay, wait. You're asking me questions and I lost track. Why you just edit some of the stream and download it on YouTube? You mean like to make YouTube videos? Or something else? Okay, let's duplicate this and dump it in. I'm dumping this stats UI right there. I would just rename it, get rid of all that, and press enter, hopefully. Okay, and now just copy component again, and I paste the component over this one. That looks fine, I guess. Well, I'm recording as I'm streaming, so OBS is actually recording the whole stream, to be honest. So technically, I have the raw footage to do stuff with. It just takes a lot of time to edit 3 hours of video, or to even remember what I was doing, or you know, when there was an interesting moment or whatever. So it's like I need a few hours to go through the whole video and figure out if there's anything worth clipping. And, you know, for me, a lot of the time, it doesn't actually feel like I do anything that's worth clipping. Most of the time, I feel like and I guess this is just most people don't find themselves that interesting, right? I think. If you find yourself very interesting, you're probably a bit of a... Well, you have an inflated sense of ego, I would say. Hey, Prodfishy. How are you doing? Okay. So our skill points look nice now. We just need to connect them to something. Okay, so the skill point UI and the skill point amount. Okay, so we need to change this text in our manager over here. Oh, you got the assets? Wow, that's cool. Your haunted house, or no, not the haunted house. the axe murdering site house, that one that we were struggling to find yesterday. Well, yesterday for me, I don't know where you're from, so it might still be the same day for you. Just a different time. You changed it. What did you change? You changed the idea for the game. You're just gonna make a different game now. I mean, that's fine. What did I just flip and do? Okay. Well, I saw just at the end when I was leaving, you were still fighting. You were fighting Blender. So I take it you weren't really up to fighting Blender anymore. You wanted to do something else. Okay, this. Okay, so we should Ranger Stats UI. What did I actually plug into these serialized fields? Let's just go check. This is that thing. Okay, so now I just need the skill point UI. Okay, that will be fine. That'll be fine. What? Okay, so we just do the same thing essentially. But we call it night skill point. Point UI. And night skill point Ranger and wizard skill point UI. James Tilly Matthews, I have no idea who that is. Oh, okay, you said it literally in the next thing. One of the first people diagnosed with schizophrenia, and you're in an asylum. Ha! It's like, hey, you're just coming up with game ideas left, right, and center. But you're sticking to the horror theme, it seems like, right? So now you can have some proper weird stuff happening, I guess. Both real in the asylum. And that'd be kind of cool. You can be like, is this scary thing really happening? Or did he just hallucinate it? Something like that. Okay, so here we want to go night skill point UI dot get component. The component we want is a tmpro dot tmpro. How do I do this? Not pro, tmp text. Yeah, okay, so we get the text and then we set the dot text equal to string dot format we just do a parameter 0. I think so. Yeah, and then that parameter, no, not too lower. What are you doing? Comma. And we do night, night night stats dot skill points. Okay, what? Okay, I see why you were auto-modded. So you used a shortened word, schizo. I think that's how you say it, if you don't say the whole word. And I think it feels like that's not a good way of referring to people with schizophrenia. Might be... I don't know. I don't know how auto-mod works. Maybe that's a bad way of referring to those type of people. It's a label. Okay, yeah, but you're saying you are schizophrenic and you have audio-visual visions and all sorts of stuff. Yeah. So the player is constantly fighting or trying to figure out whether what's happening is actually happening or whether it's just him going crazy, right? So it's a bit of a mystery like that. What's the end goal of the game, though? So obviously it's a horror game and you need to be scared. But does anything get resolved at the end? Like, do you get through it? What happens at the end? Like, how do you end the game? Do you just die? Or something like that? Because I'm assuming your previous game, the idea was that you solved the case, right? You catch the axe murderer. And even though you were, very scared during this whole process, you at least get, like, somewhat of a good ending, right? This should be wizard stats. Oops. Okay, you can be stuck there forever. So it's just like kind of accepting your fate. You can escape or you can die. So I guess you want to escape because there is bad stuff happening at the asylum. But it's difficult for you to prove because obviously you can't really distinguish from reality and the real bad stuff. Oh, the real bad stuff and your hallucinations. But you have a feeling that there's probably something wrong, so you want to get out. Yeah, the nurses are cruel. Yeah, and especially since you're playing as the first guy with schizophrenia, you could be like, they're doing all kinds of weird tests on you to see what happens, how you break, etc. So they go out of their way to try and scare you somehow to see how you respond. That's kind of messed up, right? He's like, but I guess it's possible. Okay, let's just go plug these things in. Okay, so in our progression manager, let's plug in our skill point UI part. If I plug this in, will it work? No, it's not going to work. I need to plug in this one, the skill point amount for the knight. And then the skill point amount for the ranger. And then the skill point amount or the wizard. Yeah, this is not confusing at all. Hey, your sister is helping you out, eh? What a good sister. Got that free labor thing going. Interesting. Oh, that's pretty cool, eh? Doing promotion already. No, that's good. That's good. I should also do promotion. Well, me sitting here and streaming is promotion, I guess. And I make shorts as well. So, you know. Okay, everything's plugged in. Let's start. So, skill points are currently at 0. So, let's go ahead and take the knight out for a spin. Okay, Mr. Knight, go kill some lizards. We want to see you level up. Okay. Lizard slaying. Okay, let's get some more. Let's get some more of these lizards. Just want to see. Okay, let's select a character. So we leveled up twice and our skill points actually increased. So now we have 6 skill points to spend. Okay, and everything else should still work the same. As I click it, it goes up and down. I can't go below what I started at. So that's very good. I also can't spend these skill points on the Robin, for instance. So that's also nice. So let's just make our attack speed a little bit higher. And damage, apparently. Kill some more lizards. All the lizards get dead. I need to increase the spawn rate. I need more lizards to slay. I'm not satisfied with the level of carnage in this game. Okay, I should have leveled up quite a bit. Yes, I did. I leveled up a lot. Okay, damage, attack speed. You can just distribute these however you feel like. Cool. Now let's take the ranger out for a spin. Now the ranger is gonna be pretty bad. Yep, yeah, it is pretty bad. Bad ranger is bad. Bad ranger feels bad. Okay, and we can check attack speed. There we go. So this should already be much better. Hey, somebody followed. Somebody's raiding. Wow. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Look at me. I'm slaying lizards. In my own game. How legit is that? Let's see if I can pronounce this. Dianara. Right? Thank you for the raid, Dianara. I do appreciate that. Okay, let's make my ranger buff, and by buff I mean just faster, because it's just way too slow. You like the high-pitched noises? You mean these ones? That's a bit. It's not a good idea to stand still while they do this. I hear all the follow sounds going off, but I can't see who's following. Anyway, thank you for following. Okay. I'm super buff now. These guys don't stand a chance. Okay, so Ranger works. Let's try the Wizard. So the Wizard... Okay, so for those of you that just joined, the Wizard looks like... He looks a bit terrible, right? Because it's still placeholder art. So excuse the lizard. Please excuse the lizard. Ach, the lizard. The wizard. And he's quite slow. But he has a sweet fireball ability. He's pretty good at dealing with the frogs. The bomber frogs. Run! Run, Mr. Wizard! Blow up some frogs. Get some XP. Okay, that looks like I got some XP. Let's see. Movement speed, yes. All the points. Let's go again. See if we can get some distance. Currently, movement speed is probably the best stat to take. Especially when there's a lot of these small little lizards following you around. Let's do more movement speed. Go. There we go. Yeah, now we can get some distance. Let the carnage commence. Nah. Okay, we should probably take some attack speed as well. Whoopsie. Ah, misfired. Misfire. Let's go destroy this camp. Get rid of the totem, and they stop spawning. That takes 3 shots, I think, with this one. There we go. Yes, stand in a straight line. I think I need even more movement speed. Okay, so obviously right now I'm choosing when to select my stats. And eventually, hopefully, there's actually a wave system. And this happens on a timer or something. Ah, cheers, Brodfishy. Yeah, go work on your game. Get some good progress going. Now, lurkers are the backbone of Twitch, eh? Thank you for all the kind words, guys. I do appreciate them. And all the follows, everything. Okay. This is now kind of pointless because the wizard is just too strong. So let's just end this. Where's this totem? There we go. Final shot, and now I just need to clear the wave, but I don't have to, right? I can just stop anytime. Okay, cool. So my UI works. I can play the game, I can level up, I can get skill points that I can spend. Now I just need to actually have these waves work like waves, right? Currently I just have a button here, basically. Ship it. I'm done. Thank you so much, guys. Let's go create a Steam page, get this thing out into the world. If only. People expect excellence. Or maybe not everybody expects excellence, but it's normally the dev. They expect excellence, and then they waste years of their life trying to polish the game to perfection when they could have actually released it already. Right? I hear this is an indie dev problem. Okay, let's check. Where am I? What am I looking at? Let's get out of the canvas view. Let's go see. Where are my characters standing around? Okay, here they are. Yeah, so I think the next thing is just some kind of a timer or some way. Maybe not a timer, actually. Yeah, so what I was thinking is levels are not necessarily timed, as in after a set amount of time they end. You need to go destroy the totems for the level to end. Okay, you need to destroy the totems and get rid of all the enemies that are still left. Is it late for you? Okay. Nara. Enjoy it. Yeah, I guess you guys are from... If it's late, it's the US, probably, or that side of the world. I'm in the middle of the world. So it's currently 6:40 a.m. My day is only starting. 12:40 a.m. Yeah, no, get to bed. What are you doing? Get to bed. Well, still, I mean, you don't have to. Leave the stream on. You can still be a viewer. Yeah. Okay, anyway. So I don't want the level to just finish on a timer. What I think I want to do instead is have it finish when you destroyed all the totems, but there should be a timer, and I want the enemies to get stronger as the timer, well, as the level continues, and the numbers should also increase, right? And my reasoning for that is that you should be able to stick around on a specific level with your character and try to grind the level as far as you can, but you always risk dying. And if you die, it's a survival roguelike. So if you die, you lose that character. You can continue with the other ones, but that guy's now dead because you were greedy and you tried to farm that specific level a little bit too much. That's the idea. Kids are asleep. It's game dev time. Well, it was. Okay. Yeah. I do the same thing. I just wake up at 3 a.m. and do game dev time. And no kids are going to wake up at 3 a.m. to come and bother me. The only problem is when it gets to be like 7 o'clock here, they do wake up. And also I need to go to work. So that's another problem I have. Okay, so this progression manager, this is obviously managing most of the things that concerns my characters. So maybe I can have a progression manager script every day, all the time, day and night, if only. Unfortunately, game dev doesn't pay well. Not yet. Hopefully it does one day. Currently it's a bit of a sad state of affairs. But hopefully one day. Okay, progression manager. I think I should have a enemy manager thing going on here as well. So I don't want to add to the script all the management for the enemies as well. So maybe I just add another script for that. You do contracts. Well, I'm a contract lecturer at a university here nearby my house. So I do contracts. But I don't do game dev related stuff to pay bills. I do something completely different. Okay, so let's go here and let's make another script. Let's call it enemy progression. Yeah, let's just call it enemy progression. New script, enemy progression. Let's go. Okay, this just opens it up. So the enemy progressions should... Let's think about this. It should keep track of the amount of time that has passed during a specific wave. And then it should basically have a multiplier. Something like that. And it... something like a multiplier to increase the enemy health, damage, even speed. Right, those are the three main things for the enemies that we could increase. I don't think I want to increase the attack speed, because that messes with the animations and stuff, and that looks a bit weird. It was difficult enough with the characters to have attack speed work. So, but movement speed, definitely, I can see that working. Health, obviously, and then damage. So they get way more serious as the level progresses. Which incentivizes you to finish the level sooner, right? And get on to the next wave. I think that makes sense. Let's see. Let's just delete these. Okay, so we want a couple of serialized fields, I think. This is... enemy, can't remember. Enemy stats, scriptable objects. That's what I called it, apparently. Okay, we have the small melee enemy stats. And then we have the ranged bomber enemy stats. Okay, so we'll plug those in there. So those two scriptable objects. Okay, and then I can obviously do something to change them. So we should have an update function to at least have a timer running, I think. Okay, and for the timer, let's do just a wave timer. It might be beneficial to have a wave timer somewhere else, and then it can be accessed by the enemy. Yeah, because if I want to show a timer, for instance, in my UI, I don't want to access my enemy progression script to get to the timer, and I don't want multiple timers. I've convinced myself I need to create a timer script somewhere else, just to keep track of the time passed for that specific wave or level. And I think Game Manager is a good place to do that. Now, do I make a script or do I just stick it into the Game Manager? Let's stick it into the Game Manager, because then I can also pause it from here, because this is where I do the pause functionality currently. Yeah. Why do I still have this stuff here? I know what these do. Okay, so let's do wave. No. Private float wave timer. It'll just start from 0, so we can do wave timer equals 0, right, at start. Okay, then during update, we can do wait, does this thing actually time.timescale? I don't have to check if it's paused. The timer will just stop. Or maybe it won't. Yeah, I don't think it will actually. Wave timer shouldn't be float. What else can it be? A time. Oh, is there a time library? Can't I just... I can count seconds and then I can just convert it to minutes as well. I never know what's easier or what's more efficient. And I don't even think it matters. I could probably just do any old thing for this level of game. And it should be fine. There's a time library. Let's see. Okay, let's go to Mr. Google. Unity docs. What does the time library look like? Or let's just search for time in the manual. Let's see. Time. Okay, obviously we have... This is probably just time settings. Okay. Time scale. I'm already working with this. Let's go to the scripting API. Let's search for time there. Okay, so we have delta times, all this stuff. So wait. Wait, can I do it? Instead of a float, call this a time dot something. Is that what you mean? Make it a time type. Now it's a time wave timer. That's probably not the right thing to do. And then we can do wave timer dot do all kinds of things to it, I guess. ToString. I don't know how this works. I'll try this later. Let's for now I'm just gonna do the thing I know how to do. Okay, so we can also have a boolean here. Private boolean is paused. Okay. And okay, at start we toggle pause. Okay. Right now, actually, I don't need this anymore. I could just have one function here. Pretty much. Okay, but anyway. Is paused equals true. Oh, that's interesting. Equals not is paused. Yeah, because it's a toggle. Oh, I could do this. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to get confused here. I'm just going to go true. It is paused, and false. It's not paused. I know it's a toggle, so I know how it works, but yeah, no. Okay, so update time.timescale, that's fine. So we check what is our current timescale on every frame and set it to 0. I guess. There might be a different way of doing this, but it's fine. Okay, then we can do if is paused. I can't even remember what I tried to do here. Okay, wait. If not is paused, so if we are not paused, we do wave timer plus equals time dot delta time. Right, so we increment our wave timer by whatever our frame time was. Okay, so that's at least a start. So this at least tells me or gets the wave timer going. And what we can also do, we can do a get. No. Public. What are we returning here? String. Get current. Oops. No, it can't be a float. Get wave time. And we just return wave timer. Okay, so that at least we can access this from our game manager. We should also probably make the game manager a singleton, right? Because it's not like I'm going to make multiple of these. How does this look again? Something like this. Public static instance. Yeah, okay. So we do public static game manager instance. We can do get private set. Okay, and then at awake, we do the instance equals this, right? Yeah. So we need the awake function here. Instance equals this. Okay, so now at least we can access these things a little bit easier because our game manager is now a singleton. Oh, that's not an instance. This should be a capital. Yeah, should it be a capital? I don't know. Does it matter? Maybe it doesn't matter, but I made it matter now. Just consistency, right? Time since level load. Is that a thing? Time since level load. Okay. What does it return? Oh, it returns a float anyway. So that's fine. If I just wanted the total time. So the waves are not gonna actually. Now, again, this might not be the correct way of doing it, but the way I think of doing it. So I'm not actually gonna, as far as I understand, that time since level load is the time since this specific scene, the game scene, was loaded into existence, right? Now, I'm not going to change the game scene. I'm going to keep the game scene like it is. And I'm actually just going to change the layout of the terrain with every single wave. So it's all going to be within the same scene still. I'm not loading new scenes every time, if that makes sense. So that would mean that the time since level load would still be running, and I can't reset it, right? It only has a get exposed. So you could only... Yeah, time since level load, if you have over this, yeah, it's only exposed to get, so you can't, it's a read-only number. It might be cool to just know how long it was running, but in this case, I can't reset it. And when the wave is done, you know, when you've destroyed all the totems, I want it to reset. I think that makes sense to me. Now, I know in certain games, obviously, you do actually reload the whole game scene. But I don't think it's necessary for this one. So effectively what I'm going to be doing, this is at least how I think of doing it. I'm going to pop up the UI, and then in the background where you can't see, I rearrange the levels, the level a bit. I put the camps in different positions. I might, you know, change the look or whatever. And then when I remove the UI and you load into the level, everything's different. So but that's literally just putting, you know, a screen in front, changing things in the background, making it go away. You think a new level is loaded. But I didn't actually load anything, I just ran a script repositioning everything. But that might be bad, right? I don't know if that's good or not. It might be better to reload a whole level from scratch. But I don't know. I think this way is going to be way faster, right? Because while you're changing your skills and everything, all of this stuff is rearranged already. And you could just, you know, play again. You don't have to reload anything. That's at least my thoughts. I don't know. Okay, but now at least we are doing something with the wave timer. We can also have a public void reset wave timer, and this would actually be so we only set it to 0, and this is when the next wave starts, right? We restart the timer like we did there. Okay, and whenever we pause, obviously the wave timer stops working. Okay, I think this is fine.
At least the wave timer is now a thing. So now we can go to enemy progression. And okay, so let's think about this. Do we change the enemy stats every set amount of seconds, I think? Actually, now, this is now another question that you should ask yourself. Am I going to let the progression manager just... not the progression manager. The game manager just run in the background. And then the enemy progression needs to ask the progression manager or the game manager, hey, what time is it now? Hey, what time is it now? Hey, what time is it now? That sounds bad as well. Yeah. Okay, for now, I'm going to let it ask it. What time is it now? What time is it now? So, let's do public. Not public. Private. Update stats. Let's say 1. I don't know if that's good. And let's just make my stuff open. Private void. Sorry. Private void update stats 1. So my idea is that it should take all of the stats and increment them. So I'm not doing a multiplier necessarily, or maybe I should do a multiplier. Yeah, why is it so hard? Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I should do it at some interval. Or at least I want it to not scale linearly, if that makes sense. So what I'm thinking is, at the start, it might, increase the stats slightly, but it's not going to be ridiculously high. And then, after 5 minutes, it's actually increasing the stats faster, and 10 minutes is even worse. So if you get to like the 10-minute mark, or whatever minute mark, all of a sudden the enemies become way stronger, way quicker, right? Something like this. So if update stats 1, so that's maybe before, this is when game or wave time less than 1 minute. And then when it's less than 1 minute, we say, I don't know, stats multiplied by 1.1, right? And then we can do another one. Update private. Update stats 2. And this could be wave time greater than 1 minute, but still less than 5 minutes. And we actually now multiply the stats by 1.5, for instance. Or we just wait for a very specific time interval. So we could also do wave time at exactly 1 minute. We take whatever stats we have and we multiply it by 10%, or increase it by 10%. Then we wait, and everything seems fine. And then exactly at 5 minutes, we increase the stats again by another 50%. And then at stats, let's say 3, that might be at 10 minutes, we somehow go and we multiply the stats by 3. I could probably do it all in one function, yes. Yeah, just use else statements. If else. Yeah, I was actually... yeah, no, you're right. I don't need to do updates there. Well, okay. I could do the... Yeah, so maybe I do something like this. In the update function, So the reason I have function is because there's going to be a lot of stuff in here, right? Because I need to go small mini enemy underscore stats dot enemy attack speed equals, or multiply equals blah blah blah, and I need to do that for every stat that I want to update. That's why I wanted it in a function, because otherwise it's very cluttered if it's all in the update function. But yeah, I could definitely do if, and I could do game manager dot instance dot get wave timer. So we get whatever our wave timer is at right now. Let's just see. So if the timer is greater than uh, 1 minute, so 60. I should maybe code the have this as modifiable serialized fields or something. But yeah, so if it's greater than 60, we do update stats 1. Right, and maybe we should also just have this done once, because otherwise it's going to do this 100 times. So we can also do and we could do something like bool private bool update 1. Okay, so update 1 is false to start with, so and not update 1. Right, then we go here. So we've crossed the 60-second marks, and we haven't done update 1 here, and then we at least have to do this update 1 equals true now, right? So we've done the first update. So when we come back here, we're not going to try and do the update again. And then we can do else if update stats 2. Yeah, I mean that is exactly what I need. Then we do else if again. Else filter mode. How the hell? Else if. Oh my greatness. Else if update stats 3, for instance, and we do something similar, right? And we just make sure that we only apply these once. So stats 2 and 3. Meh. Yeah. No, you caught me. I needed to add something like and less than something. But also that's going to cause it to run between 60 and that amount. Right, so what must this be? You could do this in Unity, can't you? I could do 60 times 5. And 60 times 10, for instance. Then this is pretty much just 60 times 1. If I want to be consistent. And this should be update 2 and update 3. And then here we do update 2 equals true. So we've done it. And here we do update 3 equals true. Okay, obviously there's still a lot of other stuff that needs to happen. The only thing I'm kind of don't like is it's still asking the game manager. So what if we just invert this? No, this is probably better. So it'll ask the game manager, yo, what's the time? okay, the time is across 5 minutes. So for the first 70 million times, it's going to ask this for every single update. I almost don't want that. Look, the game manager will give it, but that seems so inefficient. It seems I mean, it's code, right? Code doesn't care, but it seems annoying. I'd be annoyed if I was the game manager and some other function is asking me, what time is it now? What time is it now? And it asks me that 100 times a second. If you're running at 100 frames per second, for instance. I don't know. I always feel a bit icky about stuff like this, with time specifically. Like I almost want to force it to not ask every single second. I guess I could have a different type of update function, like a once a second update. Wait, there is other update functions, isn't there? Update. I feel bad, man. I feel bad for the game manager. It's gonna have a rough time. Let's see. Can we get updates? Let's see if I can. How to make update every second. Unity. I don't know. Code every X seconds update. Now this is gonna probably still have you make a little timer. Yep. So you still have to make a timer in update and then execute some block of code. I'm probably going to have to do this at some point, right? For something. I can feel this being useful somewhere. Yeah, I figured this is something that you're going to have to do. So if some period is greater than some time interval, do stuff, period equals to 0. Yeah, time dot delta time. So what that means is, okay, I like this. I'm going to make a separate function. So what I'm going to do, and this is because I don't want Game Manager to get all overwhelmed by our enemy progression, is I'm going to make a timer inside of enemy progression, and it gets to count to 60 or whatever. It needs to count to 5, and then it can ask the Game Manager, hey, what time is it? This is brilliant. I feel like this is exactly what I have to do. So what I'm going to do now is make a private float, call it count to 5, because you are annoying. And I make this equal to 5f. Right, that seems good. Count to 5 because you are annoying equals 5f. Okay, oh, that's fine. So there we go. If count to 5 because you are annoying is still greater than 0, we increment it. Or we decrement it. So we say, if that's true, then we go, that minus equals time dot delta time. Right, so we take off a little bit of time. Okay, that's fine. So it's still greater than 0. And then we also say here, after we've decremented it, and we can ask now, okay, if the count to 5 because you're annoying is less than 0 because we've decremented it and it became less than 0, then the first thing we will do is just set it back to 5, right? Tell it to go back to 5 and start counting again. And we also run the function ask game manager what time it is. So we do a private void ask game manager what time it is. And all of this code goes in here. And we run the ask game manager what time it is function over here. So now at least the annoying bits are done inside of the enemy progression. It's got a timer. And it only asks the game manager, yo, what time is it every 5 seconds? I like this. I might have to work on the naming of these functions, but this at least means that I'm not spamming the game manager with requests for time. I'm just doing it every 5 seconds. Yeah, now I'm wasting... Exactly. So now enemy progression is wasting its time. It's not wasting the game manager's time. The game manager has way better things to do. It's managing the whole damn game. I can't have little annoying... Okay. I think we've made... I'm going to follow this principle for the rest of my code. Every time I feel like functions are annoying each other, I'm just going to make them flip and count to 5 before they ask something of the function. Yes. Of the manager or whatever it is it's requesting information from. Unless, obviously, it's required on every frame. But this is not required on every frame, right? We just need to know eventually, it's kind of... We've passed a minute, let's make everything stronger. Okay. I'm very happy with this. So we're updating the stats. So now I should go into each of these and update the stats that I should be updating. Okay. So let's just go look at that scriptable object quickly. Enemy stats. Okay, so this might... Okay, so the damage specifically needs to be an integer and it needs to stay an integer. Right, and the main reason for that is because either prefab I use to make the little floaty things pop up when something gets hit, it doesn't like floats. It wants nice round numbers. So that stays an integer. Okay? Movement speed, that's a float. I can make that a float somewhere just now. So movement speed, definitely a float. That'll always be a float. Okay, attack speed. I'm not going to change that necessarily, but it's a float. Health, that's an integer as well. Right, nice round number. Not going to change that. Okay, cool. So the problem with this is the damage for the lizard is like 1. So what is 10% of that? Right, so we need to be a little bit more creative when we increase the damage numbers, I think. Okay. But that's fine. We could do small, medium enemy stats dot enemy damage. And we can say that's now equal to, or we can just do plus equal 1. So we increased by 100%, which is ridiculous, but fine. Okay, and then over here, we can do it again, and we can do it again. So it's every time going to be increased by 1. Every time this. So at the end, you know, he's doing 2, 3, 4 damage per shot, which is going to be quite devastating, right? Okay, so small, medium enemy stats dot enemy health. Okay, so currently they have like 8 health. Which is not a lot since all the characters, you know, they do... the characters do like way more damage than 8. So they get one shot anyway. So I need to change this a little bit more. But let's just say plus equals 5, right, for now. And then they become very chunky. At the 5-minute mark, they get like 10 extra health. And then at the 10-minute mark, they get like 20 extra health. So when that happens, you need to end the level soon. Because this is not balanced. I can already tell this is not going to work. So what I probably should do is I should have these as serialized fields so that I can tweak them in the editor for balancing. Just make that easier so I don't have to come back to the code every time. Okay. Small, medium enemy, stats, dot, enemy, movement speed. This one we can actually multiply. We can have a multiplier. So multiply equals not 5, make it 1.5. So make it 50% faster. Right? And then 50% again, and then 50% again. But it stacks now, right? So it's quite a bit faster. Okay, so this is one way of doing it. Well, it is sort of the way that I'm going to be doing it. But... So the problem I'm going to have here is that... I haven't coded any of this into my enemies. They don't actually use these. They're still hard-coded values. That's a toughie. So I still have quite a bit of other work to do before this works. Even though this works, technically it's changing. But they don't care because none of these stats are actually used. What time is it? Hey! It's 7:22 right now. I need to quickly end the stream and get going. Otherwise, I'm going to be in a bit of trouble. It was almost 4 hours. I think that's pretty good. Some good progress was made. This last half an hour is probably subjective because I was fiddling with timers because I didn't want to bother my game manager. So it's subjective whether or not you can call that a good half an hour. But anyway, let's see if I can raid somebody, if it works today. Is there anybody I'm following that I can raid? There is somebody that's I'm following. Prodfishy. Okay, guys. I'm going to try this raid. It might work, it might not work. Let's see. Normally my raids just kind of fail. For some reason. I have no idea why. I should also follow everybody here so that I can raid you guys in the future. Let me just follow. There we go. Okay, but thank you very much for watching. Let me try and raid him. If I can't, then I'll just end the stream and you guys are free to go where you'd like to go. Let's see, start raid. Unable to raid, why? Do I need like affiliate or something? Why is my raiding not working? Okay, I have something to Google a bit later today. How to raid in Twitch. Okay, so let me just do this one then. I need to stop this music and I need to click on this button. And then I need to say goodbye to everybody in chat. Cheers. Thanks for watching. And in YouTube, cheers. Cheers. Thank you so much, guys. I do appreciate you hanging out, watching the stream. I will see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, same game, same developer, etc., etc. Have a good one. Cheers.